house, my brother's New Black Panther Party, as I served for the chairman for many years. New Black Panther Party, Brother Jelani, and my brothers from Virginia. Come on up here, Uhuru, come on. And this young man here, his brother's been with me a long time, and anything that I ask him to do here, he's done it. They tell me on the sanctions line on the bank today, and on that bank, he was on fire out today. I'm talking about Minister Uhuru. Uhuru. Some of you know him as Brother Harold Hunter. Honored to be rolling with him. Stay up here. Stay up here. All right, let's get right into it. Let's get into it. I'm not gonna change up my format due to how the spirit and how it gives me. So what I'm gonna do is raise a few issues, and then I want to go right to the audience. I want my time and my session to be spent mostly in terms of talking back with you, because I see many experienced revolutionaries here. I have other young brothers here from the National Reparations League, and they came in from Florida. Brother Rashad Singleton, man who I love. Others. Brother about 6'8". I got Big Hassan here, he's about 6'7". We got Hawk Newsom coming from Black Lives Matter in New York. He's about 6'10", 300 pounds. Somehow or another, when I organize, I attract tall brothers. I wonder why. This is a great meeting. And the greatness in this meeting is the quality of who's here at this meeting. Brother Cam Howard is here from Reparations United. Brother John Barnett, my great brother in struggle, is here from North Carolina and the National Civil Rights Movement. From the Emmett Till family, she just came in from the airport. She'll be here in a moment. Directly from the bloodline of Emmett Till and from the battlefields of Mississippi, where I've been on with her, the Honorable Priscilla Till, U.S. Senate candidate. She's on to Governor General presenting earlier, and all of those who went to Geneva, Switzerland on our behalf. Give them a strong round of applause. I'm sure as we go on, we're going to hear more from those earlier as we interweave and move this program forward. My sisters and brothers, many of you here, this is a critical time. It's the year 2024. It's not 2014, it's not 2004, it's not 1994. Many of you and us sitting in here in this audience, we are now veterans of this liberation struggle. Veterans. And we have some important questions to answer today. Those of you who believe in the scripture and believe in the book, you believe, and many of you understand that our people in the West, Black people, Afro descendants, you believe that we are God's divine and chosen people. You know from a study of history that there have been no people that have been in bondage in a land that is not their own for 400 years, that there's no people that fit their description like the people that I'm looking at. That's right. As we dealing with these international events and international crisis, as we see between what they call the state of Israel and the Palestinians, we must distinguish between the state of Israel and the real children of Israel. Because the state of Israel is ran by the imposters who have stolen our birthright, and the real children of Israel are sitting up here in this audience. You are the ones written in the book, and not that imposter, Benjamin Netanyahu. No good bastard. I figure I got one chance today to talk to some revolutionaries and to talk to some conscious folks. We are the choice of God, but what time is it for the choice of God? We are in the book, we are in the scripture. That's right. We are written in the laws of Ma'at, which teach us about truth, justice, harmony, balance, order, and reciprocity. And written in them laws, it talks about the laws of sowing and reaping, the laws of balance and reciprocity. What time is it? We're in the scripture, we're in the book. And we say that we are in the fulfillment of time. It would look like it. Now the question is for us, especially us veterans, and for those who know the truth and have practiced the truth of years, what will we do with what is in our hands? I got to ask you some questions today. Is reparations a pipe dream? Is reparations, well, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to open up, but I like your spirit. Is reparations a pipe dream? Is reparations some far off demand that could never be met and will not be met? Is in this time the teachings of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey outmoded? Is his teaching of self-reliance, a Black economy, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad, is that message and is that program for some time yesterday, or does it have relevance today? Are the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad outmoded, outdated? Are the objectives of the messenger of God a land and a territory of our own, mixed minerals, resources, and territory for 25 years to be paid for by this government? Is that something for yesterday? Is that something that we tried yesterday and we're moving on from today? We want to know that question. The Black Messiah in the scripture called Jesus or Yahshua in the scripture gives us a hint. He says, I must do the work. And when we talk about Jesus here, we're not talking about a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian hanging on a wall. We're not talking about a white man that looks like the white man that have shot you in the back as a police officer, that would look like a white colonialist that have robbed your land. We're talking about a Black Jesus, a Black Lord, and a Black Savior. That's right. Black power. We might as well get it in while we can get it in, right? He says, I must, in the scripture, he says, I must do the work of he who sent me while it is still day, for the night cometh when no man can work. We're going to take an assessment today of where we at on the liberation map and the liberation battlefield. But I can tell by your spirit today that you have the right spirit and that you are not backing down. And I need to let you know that your brother, to some of you, your son, to others, your mentor, that Malik Zulu Shabazz is not backing up and he's not backing down. Have we? I'm going to open up in a second. Let me drop a couple questions and I'm coming right to the mic. Wherever the mic is, I want it there, or you just stand up where you are. Have a has the talk or the emphasis on one rapper beefing against another rapper, which will dominate the conversation, dominate our minds, dominate our days? Is this part of a conspiracy or a plan to take us away from the promise that has been given to us in the scripture? And if it's true, what in the heck are we going to do about it? Huh? Not only mind control, but behind control.
Teach, brother.
Hello? Because you can't even go on the internet and find serious issues and deal with serious problems in our community or serious action or serious people without them putting a black woman putting her behind directly in your face. Hello? Mind control and behind control. Well, we got to talk about some of this. We got to deal with it in real life. They have our peoples. What effect is it having on the movement and how we get out of it? We got the Honorable Pastor Ted Sutton here in the house. I know we're going to hear from him, the great freedom fighter from all over America. My cousin, Honorable Stand Up, the Honorable Ted Sutton. That great teacher and freedom fighter all over America. Mind control and behind control. The war is on to steal and rob us from the promise that God has given us and to take us away from what you have worked for and struggled for all of your lives. Some of you have been in this movement 10, 20, 30 years, all of your lives. And the question will come, have you wasted your time? I would say not. The election coming up, a couple more questions. So social media, is that taking us off? And now we've seen even today, we don't like it. It hurts us to see. We hate to see. We hate to see it for our nation. See Brother Puff or P. Diddy beating on that woman in the hallway, just kicking and stomping that woman in that hallway of that hotel. These things are dominating the minds of our people. These important issues, and we got to see how all of this relates to this struggle called reparations. Because reparations, as I will argue to you today, is a central part of the overall liberation struggle. And if the reparation struggle is to succeed, it has to take into account everything that's dealing with our liberation, mentally, morally, and physically. It has to all relate together. Reparations is not separate. As a matter of fact, everybody in here that is for reparations, somehow or another, you are some kind of black nationalist or black Muslim militant. Is that right? There ain't no integrationists up in here. Is that right? Ain't nobody here with talking about they all-American apple pie up in here. Is that right? Ain't nobody up in here, ain't no black man up in here talking about he wants to marry a white woman, is it? And sisters, you may be without a man, but you ain't going with the white man. Is that right? You are a pure black crowd. You are a jet black crowd. You are a purple black crowd. You are the true believers, not just in liberation, but in a nation of our own. These are the hardcore believers in our cause, and this is where we can get some work done with some black people that are hard and strong and know what time it is. Now let's see if the Afro-descendant nation, let's see what we can work together, what we can make out of this situation. All right, so do I have my PowerPoint? Okay, let's start with number one here. We start with number one. And so I raised those questions, and then I got one other question. Can you zoom it in? Okay, so I give one report, and then I give this report, and then I'm coming right to the questions. I've been appointed by the Mr. Muhammad as the reparations conductor for the Afro-descendant nation. And boy, he sure have put me to work. He put me to work because he knew I'm going to go to work. We don't care if we're starting from nothing, we're going to work. Okay, because one behind nothing makes something come into existence. Now, reparations boycott, you've been hearing that. We've started that, Brother Rashad and I and a few others. Is the reparations boycott? Well, wait, what is this? Is y'all protesting? Are we protesting? Are we outside of the bank going, hey, treat us right. Treat us right. Just give us another loan. Just give us another loan. Just loan me 10,000. Please don't discriminate against me. Is that why we out? We at a certain stage in the reparations movement and the Black movement in general. We are at a point in time where a certain amount of rhetoric will not do. We got to inspire in this convention. We got to educate. We got to fire you up. We got to play some music and make you dance. All of that's fine. But time is moving on. And as time moves on, at least for me, greater results are expected. We were on the radio the other day, and they mentioned a conversation that the great Black union leader, A. Philip Randolph, is supposed to have had with the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A. Philip Randolph was pressing Roosevelt during the war for Black people, for there not to be discrimination in the defense industry, where Black people, even though they were fighting overseas, they couldn't even get a job working in the defense industry. And A. Philip Randolph, who had the ear of Roosevelt, to paraphrase him, President Roosevelt told our brother A. Philip Randolph, I'm willing to do it, but you have to make me do it. But you have to make me do it. And thereby, after that, A. Philip Randolph went out and started organizing and organizing and organizing. And soon Roosevelt relented to that specific demand. Frederick Douglass teaches us that power concedes nothing without a demand. Power concedes nothing without a demand. The teacher of my teacher, the teacher of Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Minister Louis Farrakhan, has taught me that power concedes nothing without a demand, and that demand has no force unless it's backed up by the unity of our people and the power of our people. We're more than 440 years up from slavery. More than 440 years up out of the Black Holocaust, which still exists today, but out of the former Holocaust of chattel slavery. In the reparations movement, we have had many conferences. In the Black liberation movement, we have had many conferences, and all of them have been necessary to get us to a certain stage. But now we have reached a stage in the reparations movement where we must have some action that will get us some traction, that will make and force the powers that be to bow to our demands. Asking the white man for reparations, asking white America for reparations has only had a limited effect as of this moment. And we know that the powers of this world don't move unless they're forced to move. Is that right? The powers of this world do not move unless they are forced to move. So we have, on behalf of the Honorable Silas Muhammad and the Afro-descended nation, working with our family in the reparations movement, we have, as of this Friday, we have launched the National Sanctions and Boycott Campaign against all banks, all companies, all entities that have their hands in the bloody transatlantic slave trade. We have said that we are going to launch an economic war against them. Straight up. Because we don't have much time. The book said we don't have much time. And we're nearing the end of time. And so we'll talk about this. We're going to talk about Wells Fargo. We're going to talk about the Catholic Church. That old no good Catholic Church. We're going to talk about that. Capital One Bank, Aetna, New York Life, and others. We're going to talk about that. And so I am going to open up now. I had to drop that, and one more thing I know you're going to want to ask about. Where are we headed in this election? Where are we headed in this hour? Is it a choice between genocide Joe Biden and crazy ass Donald Trump? Huh? Look at the choice in the United States presidential election. You have a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Just had a long argument last night with another lawyer. I said, what a terrible set of choices. On one hand, you have a president here that is in office. We talking about navigating this thing as we fight for reparations. I heard Brother Cam Howard and others. But let's look at the choices we got. Genocide Joe Biden. Every Palestinian life and dead baby, dead woman, building, crushed building, every life that has been lost, every life that has been murdered, assassinated, every war crime that has been committed, it has been committed with the assistance of weapons of the United States of America. Those bombs are coming from America. Those bombs are coming from the White House. Those missiles are coming from the White House. And this lets you know just how wicked this government is. And this lets you know how wicked the president is. They know that genocide is being committed. They see every day that what is happening in Palestine is way worse than what is happening in Ukraine. Yet every day, $14 billion, another $14 billion to Israel. Hell no. Another $1 billion to Israel for more weapons. Hell no. Then the students rose up in America. The students all over America, of all races, rose up over America, took to the college campuses. And I admire them. I admire them for taking on this struggle. I admire them for taking on the police. I admire them for sacrificing through the encampments and through them battles they went with the police to stand for what they believe in. I admire them. And it's going to take that kind of struggle for us to get out of this condition. The Palestinians are struggling and sacrificing their lives to get out of this condition. They've lost 30,000. Over the years, they've lost hundreds of thousands, but they understand that if you are going to free an entire people, you're going to have to lose a lot of lives. And you're going to have to take some life to get out of this condition. A hell of a choice. Oh, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We call him Genocide Joe. Well, they say, well, it's the lesser of two evils. You gotta go with the lesser of two evils. No, we ain't got to go with no evil. That's the problem, going with evil. The scriptures say to rebuke the devil and the devil will flee from you. And Donald Trump, he works. His position is more right-wing than even Joe Biden. But yet in this hour, the black people are support for Donald Trump is rising. But it's not rising because of any good quality in Donald Trump. It's rising because black people are tired of being pimped by the Democratic Party and they're looking for a way out. And so on Monday, at the National Press Club, the man that I'm backing for president of the United States, the man that is backing our sanctions campaign against these banks, the man that's backing the Afro-descendant nation and the Honorable Silas Mohammed, candidate Cornel West. That's my man. That's the man that's backing reparations. That's the man that's backing the sanctions program. That's the man that speaks truth to power in this hour. That's the man that has the moral conscience in this election, Brother Cornel West. Will be with us Monday at the National Press Club as he takes his national voice and national presence and he speaks out firmly on Monday. You will want to be there at the National Press Club at 12 noon. He's going to be giving a national policy statement about Gaza. He's going to give a national policy statement about the student uprisings. He's going to give a national policy statement on reparations and give boost to this cause. Democratic Party or Republican Party, my teacher taught me that most of us ain't even invited to the party, and it ain't that kind of party. They say the choice in the election is between Satan, Lucifer, the devil, and Beelzebub. Either one you vote for, you're going to end up in hell. What time is it? I can't hear you. What time is it? What time is it? Same thing. Reparations time, nation time. Same thing. Same thing. It's time for us to make our moves. What's your questions? Raise your hands in the audience. Let me get right to it, and I'm going to get in. I'll follow up on everything I raised. Right here, brother, in the middle, then I come to you in the back, sir, then I move around. Ma'am, I see you over here in the blue sweater.
Yeah, sir.
I come to you. We come around here.
Yeah, Brother Imamu here in D.C.
Speak up loud, please.
Yeah.
State your name.
Brother Imamu Kaumba here in Washington, D.C. I see you got a list up there, but is that it? If that, what are some of the other entities we need to boycott? I didn't see Georgetown University. Everybody know about the history of Georgetown University. Understand some of those Ivy League schools. So that's basically my question.
My dear, let's give him a strong hand. My dear brother's question was, is this the entire list or is there more? The answer is, my brother, there's much more. There's much more. But we come to this convention to talk to experts. We come to this convention to talk to the faithful. We come to this convention to talk to you longtime organizers to solicit your support to join the National Sanctions Campaign under the Afro-Descendant Movement's Reparations Campaign. We're in the seminal stages of organizing this. We have a top 30, brother, and we're going to have a top 50. But we don't want to just throw lists and names out there and then nothing happened. We have to be careful when organizing amongst Black people as to not to raise their hopes and then dash their hopes. None of us as organizers or leaders are perfect. There is no leader in the Black community or any community that has been able to follow up on all of their plans and promises and make them come to light. However, we must be conscious in this critical time where our people are being distracted and destroyed, and we who have a unique knowledge and responsibility, we have a special duty here to focus in and to succeed. I did not come to help the Honorable Silas Muhammad and to just spout around rhetoric and ideas and talk and never bring about and our enemy. But that's what I'm here to do. Black power, reparations. So we here need support. Brother, right here and now. Shy, come down, big man. We need help in building the sanctions. On this website, just stand here if you can. Look at these, bro. They looking like, what's the tall tribe in Africa? Is that the Fulani? And my Maasai, I'm sorry, Maasai. These brothers looking like they from the Maasai tribe, huh? Man, I love it. Love it. He's a young man. He's of that generation that we are reaching for right now. That age of continuity who has the energy and the passion. I want you to see him while he's at the convention. He and I have been in the laboratory day in and night researching these companies to see who would be in the top 10 and then to move forth with a national sanctions committee that will name the top 30. But all the while we're naming the top ones, we have to be going to work and attacking the top ones. Are you hearing me? That Hank out there? That Hawk? That's Hawk? See, Hawk is right here. Hawk Newsom. That big Hawk, there he is. I was just talking about him, big Hawk Newsom. This brother's awesome. We're going to hear from him in a moment. Give him a hand, man, from New York. This brother is awesome. They got my spirit from Howard University and Unity Nation and from the streets of Washington, D.C. I mean, they confronting the police, they going to jail and doing some other stuff we ain't talking about up here. These are the kind of folks that want action. Okay, so my dear brother, to be straight, there is more. But we're asking any of you that are serious about sanctions, we want you to really join companies. Let's talk about what we did yesterday and today, which is no more than a sign. What we did yesterday was a sign, and today was a sign, but it was a great sign. Because when yesterday we showed that the reparations movement can come out of the churches, come out of the halls, come out of the podcast, come out of the Zoom meetings, and they can get out on the street to cause those that have robbed us to pay a price for robbing us. To close your account with Wells Fargo. That's what we want to know. You willing to, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? How many of you are willing to encourage others? How many of that, Professor Small? Our great elder, our honorable Professor James Small, the honorable. My mentor's advisor and brother and a longtime supporter of myself and the Honorable Hashim Nzinga. So look, where do we need help? Let me try to speed it up. Where do we need help? We need you to get out of Wells Fargo, but now we need you to help get everybody else out of Wells Fargo. So yes. Your style may not be to be right on that bank doorstep like we were yesterday and today. It should be your style, but maybe it's not your style. However, you got that telephone in your hand. You got influence in your hand. You got connections. What we're asking everybody to do right now is put pressure on everybody to get out of Wells Fargo. Every time that you're on that internet, every time that you're doing whatever you're doing with social media, put the pressure on others to get out of Wells Fargo. Capital One Bank. Well, what Capital One Bank do? Capital One Bank in the Washington, D.C. region is on the business board of the Catholic Church. And when we looked up the Catholic Church, we say, well, why the Catholic Church? The Catholic Church is heavily involved in slavery. The Catholic Church is rooted at the origin of the transatlantic slave trade through what they call papal bulls or proclamations, where they split up the whole Western Hemisphere, bringing Africans into slavery, popes over Portugal and Spain and others. The Catholic Church has billions and billions and billions of stolen dollars from robbing indigenous people and African people all over the planet Earth, especially in the Western Hemisphere amongst Afro descendants. We have to confront the Catholic Church. Not Black people in the Catholic Church, but the Roman Catholic Church. That same Catholic Church that have been abusing Black boys for decades and decades. And so we made a tactical decision that every business that is doing business with the Catholic Church here, that we are going to target those businesses. We're going to target them in person. We're going to target them in a multiplicity of ways. Might have to use drones on them. By any means necessary. We have to, just a few more minutes, we have to draw the confrontation nearer. We have to bring on the confrontation. We gotta bring the enemy out and take it to his doorstep. Now, when we went to Capital One Bank, so they in business, the Catholic Church got so much land and property that they have acquired from what they've stolen from us that you can't even add it up. That's why we love to have you on our research committee, dear brother, because we are specifically getting into what they own and where they own. But every business that's with their local business network is coming under some heavy attack by us, and we just got started. That's right, we dried up that bank yesterday and today. These soldiers in the lost Afro-descendant nation and Chief Minister Najee and the Black Panthers and others, no, it was no banking going on. I mean, they looking out the window. They looking out the window. We wanted to show that the reparations movement can have force and power on the streets. We got to have force and power on the street. Some can have criticized Black Lives Matter, but one thing you could not say that they did not have force and power on the streets. Some are critical of them, but you were critical of them because they were out doing something and shaking something, and they changed the landscape of the police brutality battle all over America. And they didn't do it on the inside, they did it on the outside. And I was with them in many cities, Ferguson, Missouri, Ferguson so-called riot or rebellion, Baltimore so-called riot or rebellion, all of these so-called riots or rebellion. I'm right out there on the ground with them. We got to get down on the ground. Now, all of these top 10 companies and corporations, they're coming under attack. We're just starting to come under attack. We showed that we can move in the streets. And this was important from the Washington, D.C. area. There's two things going on here. Not only this is about the reparations movement, this is about our brothers and sisters in what they call the DMV area, asserting themselves after taking many losses. This area here is almost all white that you're meeting in right now. This is a formerly all black area, almost all white. On that corner of 14th and U, that's a former black area that is now mostly all white. I'm saying here to those here in this area, yes, I've been all over the country. Some of you see me fighting the Goon Squad and Mississippi and all of that. We can talk about that. I've been the national chairman of the Panther Party in this city, that city, Africa. I've had my focus everywhere. But I must tell my brothers and sisters right here in this area that I am returning home and I'm going to dedicate my legal and political efforts right here at home with the great black man and woman of the DMV. We have some of the greatest brothers and sisters right here. And you will have my time and have my attention. And so also what's going on in here is the resurrection of Black Washington. Some of you longtime soldiers from Chocolate City, don't give up, Brother Taboo. Don't give up, man. Don't give up out there, Brother Uhuru. They holding on and holding the line. But I haven't given up on black people. So that's it, that's a long answer. But the bottom line to it is, we want y'all to join the campaign and help everybody in America to boycott the companies that we're recommending you boycott and to sanction. That's what we want you to do. We want you to
of these out in Washington, D.C., these buildings that we see were built by the White House was built by 300-400 black slaves. So we're saying we built this country, and because we built this country, it's not just for slavery, it's what happened after slavery and what's happening right now with police terror, housing discrimination, employment discrimination. So the number one part of UN is cessation or guarantees of non-repetition and stop killing us. So my thing is, if we say we built this country and America owes us a debt, do we say we want to go to a different country or start a different country, or do we want to, or what does that look like, or what? And then the decisions that we make, how is that going to impact our youth, and how are we getting the youth more engaged in what forms of reparations that they want and things like that? So that's just my question. Do we want a reparations to say that we have to leave a country that we built, or so those are just, and I'm not saying
I got your question.
a discussion about it.
Your question is, where are we going with reparations? Do we want a nation of our own? Or do we want a Mercedes-Benz reparations voucher? Where you can get you a voucher and go buy you a Mercedes-Benz. My dear brother, first of all, before I tell you what we want on behalf of Mr. Muhammad and behalf of the reparations movement, I must tell you that we must ask the people what they want formally. So we have a national plebiscite or election campaign going on right now. I want you to get your phones out and take a number down. Because when you put this number in your phone, it's going to ask you what type of reparations do you want, and you will But you have to have advocates, representatives, and attorneys that take our case to the right forms with the right evidence of what we want. This phone number is put this in the text, 1-877 506 2184. I want you to text reparations into that number right now. 1-877 506 2184. And text reparations in there now. And I'll give you a minute to text it, because a link is going to pop up, and that link takes you right to the election, right to the vote. And that vote that you're looking at is going to ask you, what type of reparations do you want? Do you want land? Do you want cash payments? Do you want a Mercedes-Benz voucher? No, I don't ask that. But it asks you what type of reparations you want. It asks you, will you give us your permission to represent you as an Afro descendant? 877-506-2184. That's our national plebiscite campaign. We want you to help us. If you're watching, help us spread this number, and to spread work in that database. 877-5. This is one way you can help. This is one way your friends can help. Everybody can help. 877-506-2184. We're gathering votes. We need 1 million votes, but we need a lot of votes so that when Governor General Ishmael and our President Akila Mukarram, when they go back to Geneva, Switzerland, they can tell the other nations and those that are running these forums, the International Court of Justice and others, that we have consent from the people. We have votes from the people, and this is what the people have decided. We must have the consent of the people, and we must wage an election amongst the people so that they can have their say-so in it. Now, what does Mr. Muhammad want? From what I've studied from Mr. Muhammad, first of all, he wants all of our people to have their human rights. Not just civil rights, but human rights. The Honorable Salas Muhammad wants what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted. A land and territory of our own where we can live in peace. That is what we want. We don't want Joe Biden and Donald Trump and the Uncle Tom position of lesser than two evils. We want a nation of our own, and we're not going to be compromising that goal ahead of time, saying, well, you know, it ain't possible. It's not. We see what it's not. That's what we want. And it is written that God will take the kingdom from whom he pleases and give it to whom he pleases. He wants a separate land and territory of his own for our people as the ultimate form of reparations. As the ultimate form of reparations. He wants land. Mr. Muhammad wants land. There's land out here that is due black people right now. There's land that is due indigenous people right now. And you are the indigenous people of this land. And you came before Columbus. You came on slave ships, but you also were here before the slave ship even got here. Read Dr. Ivan Van Sertima and many others. It's another subject for another time. My brother, we want land, precious metals. We want every black man and woman to be made whole and compensated as far as we can. And we're not soft about it. It's almost an insult to say that the 500-year Holocaust could be solved by some land, could be solved by some payments. The book says that we should be getting an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a limb for a limb, and a life for a life. The book says, as a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And the book says, you taking our blood, you should be giving your own blood to drink like water. The Honorable Silas Muhammad said last meeting, I want America dead for what she have done to black people. But we had to be tactically wise. That's right, you say. Got to be tactically wise because right now we don't have the type of equipment and in the type of position to get down like we really could get down. So we got to use what we got to get what we want, if you know what I'm saying. And so right now, economics is our top weapon. That black dollar and punishing these companies is one of our top weapons for getting what we want. But we want land, we want precious metals, we want institutions for our people. And of course, if there's some individual payments coming, of course you should have them. Next question. This one here, and there's somebody over here. Here. Come on, you come to you. Okay.
Peace, family.
Come to you. Right here in the front also. Let's move fast, and then I think my time is going to come in because we got to make way for, yes, got to make way for our chief real fast.
So to make this very brief.
Go ahead.
I was in an Uber one time, right? And the Uber
movement?
No, I said I was in an Uber one time, right?
Uber.
And the Uber driver decided to have a discourse with me about the upcoming election, right? And it seemed as if he was so very easily for me to say Donald Trump or Biden, right? And I agree with you 1,000%. I am in full support of Dr. Cornel West. So when he said that, it kind of registered, this was a black man, registered me as a little off because I was like, well, you know, I didn't even know if he was sure Dr. Cornel West was running. Once I made it very clear that I would be voting for Mr. West, he made it very clear to me that statistically that didn't matter because only Trump or Biden would win no matter what I or any of us were to do about that. So to summarize my question, right? Younger people like me who don't see much of a route for religion being a way, more so a spiritual connection to God, right? This being the case, we kind of are limited in argument when it comes to these numbers where they're saying, oh, well, regardless of what you do, the numbers are the numbers and only Biden or Trump will win. Again, if you don't vote for one, you vote for the other. So I was wondering where your argument would be on that on an objective basis of understanding, like, you know, the revolution doesn't care what your opinion is. It doesn't care who you are, what your feelings is about the revolution. You know, right is right. What one person does to another person should be therefore balanced in a certain way, right?
That's a good point. The essence of his question, and then that'll be well, I have two more that I'm gonna step away for the chief here, is we should be voting for, if we don't vote for Biden, we're helping Donald Trump, or only those two can win. Well, then whatever happens, happens. Because I know that sounds rough, but if Joe Biden gonna learn a lesson, he need to learn it. There's no other interest group in America that sacrifices their interest based on who can win. The Jews, so-called Jews, they gonna advocate their position regardless. Their position is you're gonna support Israel regardless of the genocide. You're gonna support Israel, and if you don't support the genocide in Israel, we're not supporting you. Every other interest group is uncompromising in what they want. The LGBTQ community, oh, they uncompromising. You gonna go their way or else. Asian community, same way. And so, Brother Cam Howard was on this rostrum, right? And he's in a struggle. Cam is in a struggle to get Joe Biden to do something very simple, which is to establish a federal elections commission. And they would make our brother and make our movement go through all of these tribulations and contortions to get with a program that his Democratic congresspersons have already endorsed and pushed. But they get flaky on us at election time. And the reason why they get flaky on black people is because before the race gets started, we automatically concede everything. Before the race gets started, we say, I'm with you, boss, no matter what. Even if I don't get my issues, I'm still gonna be with you. Because the boogeyman gonna get me. Boogeyman coming, but boogeyman coming. So even if I don't get reparations, even if you don't do the George Floyd bill and give me relief for police brutality, even if I just with you, boss. Yeah, well, Joe Biden go back and say, well, you know, these Negroes are with me, so I go on to something else. Cornel West coming into the picture is a threat. No matter what they say about West, every time they say they're concerned because every single vote is going to count. Every single vote in these swing states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Nevada, these other critical states, Virginia, every single vote's going to count. Every single vote that Dr. Cornel West gets, every piece of momentum he's going to get is going to count. And because it's going to count, now Joe Biden got to look back. He say, oh, these Negroes got a representative now. Well, what do the Negroes want? Because you got a representative. When you already bought and paid for from the beginning, they ain't got to buy you no more. You already bought and paid for. All of them, Trump included, Biden included, all of them need to be in fear that none of them will get a black vote unless they stand up for issues that black people want, and we want reparation, and we gotta have it, and if you don't give it to us, damn it, we going with somebody else, and the hell with it all. Because it's already going to hell anyway. It's already rotten to the core anyway. To hell with trying to save it. Just let it burn, goddammit. Let it burn. It's already been condemned by God. It ain't no saving it. These people are wicked. They are savage. And they are wicked, so we might as well just go for self. But we ain't come this far to be whores for nobody in this hour. It's race first or else. Race first or else. All right, last one, because I done ran my mouth. I went off up here.
Thanks for giving me.
Brother Hank, we're going to hear from Mr. Muhammad. Then we're going to hear from Hank Newsom, and everybody else is here that needed to be heard. You will be heard. Everybody that need to be reheard, you can be reheard. Because this is a critical time. This is that audience of revolutionaries and diplomats and we got the right folks. We may not have all of the masses, but I'm telling you what, we got the right squad up in here that can take on anything in America. This squad right here. If this is an audience and a leadership, then I'm confident that if we get down and plan together, that we can turn this thing around. Last one.
Thanks for giving me a chance to talk. The thing is, I got to say is about the land. I'm about the land. And when he talked, the young man talked about us building, and we see gentrification, and he's walking through these communities. This is across the country, taking what we own. And we got plumbers. We got electricians. We built the country for them. So give us back that land you just took around here. And my thing here, they documented. Understand what we're fighting for. Something that they already documented, 40 acres of mule they gave us. What happened to it? It's $6 trillion is what it adds up to now. These are things they documented. So when we fight, we fighting for the things you said you was gonna give back to us. But yet you sit there, all of us sit here and watch them give trillions of dollars to people that ain't even here, wasn't even here. And it's time to fight. It's time to stop being afraid. And my question to you is it time that we start our own damn party? We need our own black party. So we talk about our issues. Well, we sit up and say, what you gonna do? Because this is what's going on with us, and this is what you've done. Thank you.
All right. The reparations movement is the core of the Black liberation movement. The reparations movement is the core of the whole Black liberation movement, meaning the strongest of Black people that want liberation and self-determination. That's who we are. Reparations is a major thrust, should be the major thrust of our movement, but that's not all of it. But if the reparations organizers unite, they can represent us politically. They can represent us everywhere where Black people want to go. We could be represented by the forces that we have here, because they are our strongest, most committed and dedicated forces. See, Brother Rashad and I and Hank and the others and all in the Afro-descendant nation, we're on the point for reparations. But, Hawk, I'm sorry. Hawk Newsom. So look, yes, this is a reparations movement, but don't limit it to that. Don't limit it to that. When they see us and when the more young Black men see us standing for reparations, fighting for reparations, out on the street handling our business, that means more young Black men got hope now to stand up and get their lives together. See what I mean? They're going to stand not just for reparations, they're going to stand because they need a big brother. They're going to stand because they need a father. They're going to stand because somebody has taken their father, their uncle out, and they need somewhere to go, and they need strong Black men. And so we are those strong Black men. He is that strong Black man. We're not just limited to reparations. If we get this movement right, we represent salvation for our race. If we can unite and get this movement right, we can handle it all. Who else you gonna trust but the Afro-descendant nation? We're a nation, man. So whatever we want, reparations is on the point, but this is a liberation movement. When you hear Dr. West on Monday, Dr. West, look straight up, Dr. Cornel West is about to join the Afro-descendant nation. How about that? Up, you mighty nation. We can accomplish what we will. If we can accomplish what I'm gonna make way now. I done sweated up here and it's so much. But I wanna say coming out of this, that we will be just as on fire for our sanctions and boycott as we went in. I wanna say coming out of this to Washington, D.C. and my family here, that I think that we're gonna be meeting right here every week. We're gonna think we're gonna be here every week. So every week as we're training men, every week as we're educating, inspiring, and building our movement, we're gonna get stronger and stronger right here. Right here. the Black man and woman, the Afro descendants of the Washington, D.C. area, we can't be second to anybody anywhere in the country when it comes to self-determination and liberation. We got a mission. Last question, brother. I know you've been asking. Come on, quickly.
But how can we use the verb against verb where you take people from destroy the person and you want to set what we are faithful. So how can we try to take going down all the way to the beginning. So how can we use the verb to play this?
That's a heck of a question. But there's something pregnant in your question there, brother. There's something pregnant against you. There's something pregnant in your question. Okay, first of all, let's deal with the first part of your question and then we got to close. It is true that the United States government and the FBI from J. Edgar Hoover and since J. Edgar Hoover has intentionally targeted for assassination Black leaders, and America has eaten Black leaders and destroyed Black leaders on a regular and consistent basis. Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, many of others, Calderon, Marcus Garvey, Calderon. Okay, but we can't fail to proceed just because we see death in front of us. I got you. So what we're saying here is, I hope this is not taken wrong, but there is no one Messiah that's going to save us. There ain't no one Messiah going to save us. All right, now, give me a minute, Black. I'll let you drop. Now, let me drop back. I'm with you, though. I like your spirit. I'm with you. So, what I believe, what I see us developing here is a collective leadership model. What we're here working on, understanding that we have leadership at the table in a circle, and we have a process here that ensures that if I'm taken, because I could be taken, and my life, I've just got out of Rankin County, Mississippi, and I've got a few threats on my life. I can be taken. So what we're doing right now here is as leaders, this is a room full of leaders. There's a room full of leaders. Everything that we announcing here is not coming from one man. All the plans that we are here are not even coming from the Honorable Silas Muhammad. They're not coming from Malik Shabazz. They're coming from hours of consultation and work between Malik Shabazz, Rashad Singleton, from Hawk Newsom, from James Small, from Sister Tahida, the President of the Nation, General Ishmael, all of the others. We are in a circle. We're in a circle here, And the circle has decided the plans. And if a man is assassinated in the course of the plan being carried out, our general orders is to continue the plan and to humbly bury the man. I'm coming back to you. It's a proven strategy. When we say that we want sanctions and boycotts on companies that have robbed our people, that's a plan that goes into perpetuity until they do not exist. All right? I told my daughter that if something happened to me, here's the information, and you are duty bound to carry it out in my name. I'm organizing with him and them because they're younger than me. But they remind me of when I was at Howard University and when I was in Unity Nation on these streets and still on these streets, but how I was out there like them. And so I know that something happened to me. I got other strong men and women coming up. It's a collective leadership model. It's a group leadership model. Come on, give you one comeback. Come on. Can what? Okay, I'm gonna end on that, and then I gotta get off. It's all right. I'll answer that, and then we'll continue, and we'll continue to go on. My answer to that, no, sir, brother. There's no such a plan as no man can be in harm's way. The job of leadership would be to attempt to guide us safely on the journey with a minimal loss of casualties. I can't do no more because my time is up. But I'll get with you on the side. Me and you can go get us some fish together. Okay. I got you. I got your point. Me and you gonna go get us some fish down at the fish spot downstairs. They got some great fish. And I love his spirit. But let me answer him quickly, then I'm gonna turn it over to Chief Najee. Better come quick. I got to turn it over to the chief here, the Honorable Silas Mohammed. No, I agreed. No objection. Okay, and I'll end on 2 points there. 2 points. Okay, so let me wrap. I gotta wrap. Great stuff, but we got more in the evening. Okay, so to conclude, brother, I'm gonna come to the artist. There's no guaranteed plan where we could say that no one will be harmed. But what we will do as leaders is be as wise as we can to minimize casualties and also understand that if we are leaders, that we're willing as a prerequisite to take the consequences for the movement. I mean, if I got to come under attack or chastisement from Wells Fargo or for some powerful people because I'm spearheading or helping to spearhead the boycott, well, then so be it. I just take the hit for the team, and we got to keep going. But you know, all wars and revolution, if they are real revolution, you're gonna have some casualties on both sides. Now, my dear sister, 2 points. We must have artists from our own ranks in this liberation movement, and we must promote them and push them, and we must have our own artists, and we do have some, and we must push them. Number 2 is we can gain support from those that you're talking about, similar to the way, I hate to keep using it as a reference, but I don't have a choice, similar to the way Black Lives Matter would have LeBron James on this court wearing a shirt from a police killing or artists supporting the movement. Well, why would they support the movement? Well, they support it because why? Because they see it on TV taking action. When they see a police shooting or something happen and they see some demonstration and then they hear that announcer saying, well, this was Black Lives Matter or not, or carrying out that action, even though sometimes they wasn't even Black Lives Matter. They just got the credit for it. For whatever it was, it reached that level where athletes and entertainers started embracing it and promoting it. And what we're saying that if our actions are strong enough, and they will be, and they're tough enough that they will be, that they will reach those in high places where Brother Kendrick Lamar will be open to talking to us. Now, we also got to understand that a lot of the Kendrick Lamar promotions is because he was fighting another rapper. It wasn't because when he was just giving positive Black messages, he was just Kendrick Lamar. But when they put us on mind control program, where they want us going weeks and weeks, oh man, he talk about his mama. Yeah, he talk about his sister. Yeah, he said he had a baby by this one. Oh man, yeah. Of course, yeah, they're gonna blow it up. Of course they're gonna blow it up. So my sister and all of those, if we build this move enough, strong enough, effective enough, and radical enough, we will gain the attention of this nation and support from those at the top of this nation. I've seen it before. I'll close by telling you this. I represent the Goon Squad victims in Rankin County, Mississippi. The 2 brothers that was terrorized by white ranking officers, and those officers you saw recently got a total of 132 years in prison. A record for Mississippi. 132 years in prison, and both of the men are still alive. Ain't never happened in Mississippi. But I can tell you after that after that happened and that hit the attention of the nation, that those brothers got support from people in high places all over the nation that helped their situation. And so, we have the leadership here. We can reach, man, look, you shut down Wells Fargo, you're going to be the #1 story on CNN. CNN, just today, Wells Fargo it just was incredible. Just as they say they've lost 20% of their earnings on the last quarter, and that all the Blacks have begun pulling out on something crazy called reparations. When the rappers see that, they're gonna say it's real. So I got to go. I could take more questions later. I've overstayed my time. I'm gonna bring to you, because we got others that will be heard from. I want to bring to you our pioneer and our elder. I want you to pay special attention to our elder. He's not as boisterous as Malik Shabazz, but he's 100 times wiser and more experienced than Malik Shabazz. I want to bring on a man to bring on to you, or bring on to bring on to bring on. However it's gonna go. We're gonna hear soon from our elder, and I want you to be patient with our elder, and I want you to hear him carefully, because his mouth was not made to speak an idle word. And everything he says is important, but he's our elder. So we want to be careful and respectful to him, because he is the reason why we're here. The Honorable Silas Muhammad. We'll hear from him shortly.
Again, everybody, put your strong black hand together for attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz. Electrifying, brother. Let me say briefly, we will have more time for Q&A. I know we were not able to get to everybody. Even our Vice President of Afro-Descendant Nation didn't get a chance to get his question asked. So we're doing a town hall this evening, and we'll have that opportunity. With that said, man, you're powerful, brother. We thank God for you, brother.
Oh, 1 second.
Yes, sir.
1 second. From the Emmett Till family, she's here from Mississippi. Come on. The Honorable Priscilla Till. Till, she's here from Jackson, Mississippi. From the Emmett Till family, our nationwide freedom fighter.
Absolutely. I'm going to bring up Chief Minister Najee Muhammad as he brings on the Honorable Silas Muhammad. As we await, absolutely. I want to say this very briefly. We have a giant in our midst today. The Honorable Silas Muhammad, as Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz said, isn't just a regular man. He was made and formed and fashioned by God in the message of himself. Why do I say that? I had the blessed opportunity. I mean, being with my father, you be in so many rooms, you get to meet so many people. 2017, I had the privilege to be in the home of the Honorable Silas Muhammad's brother, Wali Baha, on the southeast side of Chicago. And as these two men discuss plans that they had to work together and to materialize a future for our people, they shared their journeys. And as the Honorable Silas Muhammad was sharing his story, you could see the raw emotion in which he spoke to my father. And as I was on post, tears started to develop in the wells of my eyes. Why do I say that? Why is that important? Because when you're around that type of man, you get a raw emotion yourself. It hits your very soul. A lot of us have skills that we can speak, and we can go and galvanize the thousands, and we can speak in such a way that it almost puts us in a trance, but very few of us, I mean, a few have the true heart and the sincerity that this man has. Fast forward a couple years, 2019, I had the blessed opportunity to speak at the Lost Foundation of Islam Savior's Day in Atlanta, Georgia. And I said this, and I said it then, and I said it again. I look at the Honorable Silas Muhammad as a father, as a leader, as a teacher, as an example. He's not just a savior, and I don't mean it loosely, to the Lost Foundation. He's a savior for us because he did what we knew not to do. He put himself on the line and went out there and forged a way so that we could be here today. And he deserves to be honored. He deserves to be respected. He deserves to be revered. And with that being said, I want to bring up his great helper, his great aid and assistant, a man that is a giant himself, but his greatest accomplishment, his greatest title is being the chief minister for the Honorable Silas Muhammad, none other than Najee Muhammad. Please put your black hand together for this great man.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to you, my beautiful Afro-descended people. Before I introduce the Honorable Silas Muhammad, we'll discuss the importance of identity. I won't be long, but I must share this information with you. I must share this information with you because it's very, very important. Very important. Robert King Carter and other slave owners joined the process of stripping the newly arrived Africans of the signature of their identity. America's institution of slavery was unlike the forms of slavery that had existed in Africa and Europe since ancient times. I want you to listen to this now. Child slavery reduced those who were enslaved to the legal status of barnyard animals. I want you to think about that now, because I'm going to connect all of this with the Honorable Silas Muhammad. They had no conventional human rights and could be bought and sold at their own pleasures. In 1860, during plantation slavery, our ancestors produced 94 million pounds of cotton and 84 million pounds of tobacco. They were never compensated for their labor or recognized as people. Their original identity was destroyed and their memory wiped away. America reduced them to the legal status of beasts in the field. They were no longer recognized as people or members of the human family. The United Nations defined people according to 3 elements, all of whom have their mother tongue or language intact, their ancestral culture that was defined by their ancestors centuries ago, their ancestral religion determined by their elders of centuries past. It is obvious that all of these elements have been lost forever by those who were stolen from our homeland and forced into slavery. After suffering the worst atrocities in human history, it was this man, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, who realized we needed United Nations recognition to be legally recognized as people, in agreement with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who said we need universal rights, the same equal rights as any other human being. 49.2 million Afro-descendants in America are we, who must decide how we want to receive reparations. I did not say if, I said how. America's historical record of our ancestors' enslavement is enough evidence. No longer are we recognized as barnyard animals, sophisticated pets, runaway property, or inherently rightless thinking people. Kittens can be born in an oven but it does not mean they are biscuits, said Malcolm X. White families who migrated to America from South Africa and became U.S. citizens are African American. You say you are American, but are you equal with white Americans? I am Afro-descendant, not African or American. Afro-descendants, we must come face to face with America in the identity crisis it caused. Now, I want you to listen to this statement by the late Dr. Runoko Rashidi, because we getting ready to get down inside of the importance of identity. And the information that I'm getting ready to give you supports the Honorable Silas Muhammad's position. Dr. Runoko Rashidi taught us the importance of history, memory, and identity. He said history is a people's memory. Never minimize this. For when you lose your memory, you lose your identity. And when you lose your identity, you are lost. In many ways, those of us brutally taken from our motherland have lost history, memory, and identity. And when we suffer from this today, whether we realize it or not. In March 2002, 19 leaders representing 250 million descendants of slaves in the Western Hemisphere met in La Ceiba, Honduras, agreeing on the term Afro-descendants, taking destiny into their own hands. Do you hear me? That was a courageous thing to do, to take destiny in your own hands. What a defining achievement it was for Mr. Muhammad, Queen Mashaki Muhammad, and Miss Ida Hakim's work to be accepted by the United Nations. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm right where I'm at now. It won't be long. The Honorable Silas Muhammad will address you or address this convention in just a few moments. But before he does, let's hear from some of the Caucasian professors, historians, scholars about this Negro identity. From the book, Crisis in Black and White, Professor Charles Silverman said, the Negro's central problem is to discover his identity or create one for himself. In the book, Who Will Speak for the Negro, Professor Robert Penn Warren stated, the system in North America, however, worked more or less consciously to unman the slave and rob him of any sense of identity. We return to the book Crisis in Black and White. Professor Charles Silverman stated, for one thing, the process of enslavement subjected the Africans to a series of traumas that tended to sever him from his culture and institutions and destroy his sense of identity. And lastly, from Charles Zimmerman, by itself, however, the label African American, and I'm almost finished. The label African American appears to be the latest string of politically correct labels for a race of people who apparently have an identity crisis and are unable to define who they are. Negro, colored, Black, Afro-American, and African American. It's from the book, Letters Across the Divide. I've done the research for you. Now, this was from a Caucasian and an Afro descendant who wrote this book. And he asked the Afro descendant, he said, what's next? What's next? The Caucasian was confused because of all of these labels. But let me move on. Reparationist Ida Hakeem is the founder of CURE, Caucasians United for Reparations and Emancipation. She also assisted the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki Muhammad at the United Nations during our quest to establish the identity of Afro-descendant. She posed the following question: why do Afro-descendants need an internationally recognized collective identity? She answered, Afro-descendants have suffered a human rights injury in common, that of destruction of identity. No matter what part of the Western world the captive African men, women, and children were taken to, they were torn from their original language, culture, religious beliefs, and forced into the subhuman identity as slaves. She continued, the loss of identity has led to the painful attempts to find, where do I come from? Who are my people? Afro-descendants are a new human family, a new ethnicity, calling for recognition and self-determination. Completing her comment, she stated, the self-determination claim requires a collective recognized identity, a form of governance for the groups and democratic decision-making. The Afro-descendant nation provides the governing structure for a claim of self-determination and reparations for a new people. I'm almost finished. Political science professor Andrew Hacker stated in his book, Two Nations, Black and White, Separate, Hostile, and Unequal. Your decision are rendered all the more painful by the hypocrisy of it all. Since you are aware that even if you make every effort to conform, whites still will not accept you as one of their own. So to a far greater degree than for immigrants from other lands, it rests upon you to create your own identity. Brothers and sisters, I give to you the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Will you please stand and accept the Honorable Silas Muhammad? We have to bring it down. Come on, let's get it out.
How many work this thing here? Can't get. Come down some. Somebody hold it while I fix it. Yes, sir. We need to get the mic stand right, so. There we go. Yep, we're gonna let it right by some.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Got you. I gotta watch this. I got you, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you. Thank you. Long live Muhammad. Well, I don't think I'll be living too much longer. In about 20 days, I'll be 86. Thank you, Malik, and thank you for coming. What I have to share with you is information that the United States government and UN in Geneva, Switzerland department already have. I'm just giving you what they have already so that you will know where you stand in America and in the world. Now, all the praises you heap upon me, I wish I could say something to you to return the favor. Except I thank you. I'll now go to a piece of information that I shared with the United Nations in Geneva approximately May 19th, 2001. We in the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, beginning about 1992. Because my wife is an attorney, I thought she would be better to go and represent us and you than myself. I did not make attorney. I flunked out. I tried, but I didn't make it. I wanted the dummy. I went to the United Nations because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Got the energy, spirit, fight from him. He was my teacher. I believed and believed in him still. He was the most perfect man, black man, my eyes had ever seen. Of course, I've been taught by black men all of my life, but he was the most humble, sincere, truthful man. My eyes have ever seen to date. He was kind, humble, astute, yet strong. I thought at first a white man was behind the scene running the Nation of Islam. I think I heard the teachings of Islam when I was about 18 or 19. I accepted 19. But I thought there is a white man behind the scenes running things. There is not a black man that I had ever seen that could organize black people the way that black people were organized when I was 19 years old in the Nation of Islam. And I doubted that a black man was running the Nation of Islam. I doubted. So I hung around waiting, looking to see this man who's running the Nation of Islam. Up until 1962, I think that's the date, that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was scheduled to come into LA, California. But I did not believe there was a black man running things. So I had matriculated, I guess you would say, to the position of a sergeant or lieutenant and placed on post when what Elijah Muhammad was to enter Los Angeles. I'll admit this to you, but I don't do this now. I was given a post to observe, not to observe the behavior of Elijah Muhammad, but to observe the behavior of people who had come to see him. Well, I quit my post. You're not supposed to quit your post until you are properly released. Well, I quit that post because I wanted to see Elijah Muhammad. Because most of my life, well, I'm from Texas. A little bit small town in Texas called Satin, Texas, about that big. I quit the post because I wanted to see the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I quit the post. I went and took a seat right amongst lost found, men lost found, and hid so I could get a good view of Messenger Elijah Muhammad. Well, when he came out to give a lecture, he was a short man, about 5'6" and maybe a quarter. He's rather thin. He looked like the cleanest black man I had ever seen in my life. It looked like he had never been outside. Or he was probably about near 62, 63. I would picture him in his late 60s at the time that I first saw him. Extremely clean. Looked like he had never been outside playing in mud and got dirty. He looked that clean to me. I was impressed by the cleanliness of his face. And he starts to talk, teach us. Now, ask me what he taught. I don't know. But I absorbed it. And right there, right then, that moment, I dropped everything that I had thought I wouldn't be doing. He is doing it. In Satin, Texas, where I grew up, white people run everything. I thought I would grow up take my people back to homeland Africa. But when I saw him, all those dreams and aspirations went out the door. I gave them up because I saw Elijah Muhammad. He was the man. He was who I thought I was. I gave up those dreams, that aspiration, and started following him. I was about 19 years old at the time. I think about 1959.
Take it off.
You don't mind if I
We've been having a problem with this bow tie since we said, do you mind if he takes his bow tie off?
I, I just like having taken, excuse me for a moment, let me tell you about that bow tie. Honorable Elijah Muhammad called me in one day. You. Now, I always thought I can dress. I always thought I'm the best dresser. Oh, why? That's what I thought. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad called me in one day, and I wore a string tie sometimes, and sometimes I wore ascot around my neck. About this is about 1964, and he called me in and sat me down, and he's wearing a bow tie, and he started twiddling his bow tie and says he's teaching me how to dress, and my face expressed what I feel, what I was feeling. You can't tell me, I didn't say that, but my thoughts were, you can't tell me how to dress. You wearing that bow tie? I wear a ascot. I wear a string tie. I know how to dress. I didn't say these words, but those were my thoughts. My face must have told him, you can't tell me how to dress. He stopped. He started telling me that a person who wants to do me harm could take that tie that I had on and twist it up my neck, and I couldn't get out. The bow tie, he said, well, it would just fall off. You can't not choke you with a bow tie. Well, now I'm thinking that what he was trying to do is groom me for this day. Now I have thought about it. Yes, I do wear a bow tie because of him. I just started about, well, maybe this year. I think I just like that my face, my expression told him that. You can't tell me how to dress. I just like that today because I know that he was telling me right today. I certainly miss him. My wife, she goes into the courts system here in America, and she is upbeat. No white judge, white man in the whole department she can respect because she has so much respect for Messenger Elijah Muhammad. He was the man in her life. Bear with me. She said to me, having been taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I'm not afraid of any white man that I see. Understood her, and I know what she's feeling and what she is saying. He has no match. Nowhere in the world that I have seen. I went to the UN because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He has written on the back of Muhammad Speaks newspaper what the Muslim wants, what Muslims believe. Everything that he said he wanted and everything that he said we believe, I wanted, I believe it. I am the UN on those bases. I am the UN. I think about, well, first I asked my wife to go. She went about 1992. And she found a person named Yusuf Fly, who lived at that time in Canada. She went to Canada to find him. She found him and brought him back to me. He stayed with me for about 2 weeks. I think it was Dr. Fly who brought me into the understanding that I am a human being. I am a human being. I started reading, listening, listening, and I realized that the American government does not treat me or any of us like we are real human beings. I read Dr. Clyde's written material. He had been in Switzerland studying human rights. He is the one who taught me about human rights. And I realized that I do not have human rights. The UN was not protecting us, our human rights. So I went to the UN, sent my wife first. After about 2 weeks or 3 weeks of war, she was back home and took me out to the UN. This paper reads in May 20th, 2001. No, my first intervention was 1997. An intervention is a statement that you are making to the UN. And the word intervention means that you have written a paper and you are covering an argument that is very familiar with the UN. And in the paper, you must attack the issue you're talking about and give a solution. Well, I attacked the issue human rights. America has denied me and you, every one of us, out of our human rights. Well, in 2001, I had matriculated up to the point where I was now groomed into speaking my point of view like they wish to hear it in the United Nations. First, I was out in the United Nations in Geneva. Every time I open my mouth, it's about Elijah Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad. The UN officials, they have a way of teaching and a way of correcting you without hurting you. I was saying, in the name of Allah, yeah, we'll talk religion out here. There's no religion. You got to get rid of that stuff. They are guiding me along. And I'm trying to calm down a bit and see what they are saying. And eventually, I got the right tune. They wanted me not to teach Islam, not to say Elijah Muhammad, who they know is a leader of Black people in America, I thought, but not just in America, Black leaders in the diaspora. They did not want me to talk any religion, within any religious name. I got to talk strictly plain English, absent any religion. So I learned the rope of the road that I have to follow. And my wife and I were MUN and other places that they directed us to go for 17 years. Greetings, Mr. Chairman, members of the working group on minorities. I would like to give thanks to you, each one of your partners, for taking their part in organizing this special informed workshop. For Afro descendants in the Americas. Also, I thank you for the NGO that contributed to organizing this workshop. My name is Cyrus Muhammad. For 4 years now, I have been attending the meetings of the working group on minorities to deliver prayers on behalf of African Americans in the United States. From my first intervention, I'll explain what it is to you. That's just the paper that I've written. It's called Intervention. I've written my first intervention before this esteemed group of experts. My concern has been the subject of today's agenda. Item 2, the relevance of minorities, protection to the Afro-America, and its relationship to the Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, linguistic minorities. I know these words are kind of jumble and sound crazy to you, but I'm familiar with what I'm saying. It's talking about you, well, in their language. When we African Americans, that's how they look at us, or they were looking at us as African Americans. Consider the Declaration on the Rights of Minorities. We conclude that we remain a lost people. While we are a people and not a minority in the United States, we are placed within the position of a minority. Thus, the United States government, with knowledge that it had the United States had denied us our identity for the past 400 years, is in violation of the aforementioned declaration in Article 2. The declaration emphasizes that minorities have the right to enjoy their culture and identity. And our first intervention before this group, we questioned whether the so-called African Americans are in possession of their human rights. There is a slogan or statement in the United Nations that they will protect all persons' human rights. They're entitled to them everywhere on earth. You have protection of your human rights. And we will get into what your human rights are in just a minute. We conclude that the UN, the United Nations, does not recognize us or know where we fit. For 100 years of plantation slavery and its lingering effects have left us out of the definition that you give for human rights within the UN system. Today, I want to thank the working group of minorities for demonstrating its willingness to hear our concerns and assist us. This is about my fifth year going to the UN. My wife, I think she told you that when she had first gone there, the officer of the UN told her that if you don't come here at least for 7 years consecutively, UN won't hear you. They people just like yourself, they don't get roused up behind you if you come out here 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 year and then they don't see you no more. You must not have been serious about your issue. we know that to the extent that we have been deprived of our culture, deprived of our religion. I'm talking about the culture you had before you came to America. I'm talking about the religion you had before you came to America. And the language, I'm talking about the language you spoke before you came to America. We do know we do not have human rights because we lost all of that. Lost identity, lost religion, lost culture, mother tongue, how we speak. We lost that, or it was murdered out of us. These things that I'm talking about are your human rights. You have the human right to speak your own mother tongue. That's a human right. You have the human right to practice your own religion, whatever it is. You got the human right to practice that. You got the human right to enjoy your culture. All of this was taken away or beat out of us. So we had no human rights. My wife and I.
All praise is due to Allah. Brothers and sisters, all praise is due to Allah.
We are there begging for our human rights to be restored to us. Our human rights are your human rights. A side note, an England woman came up to me, said, "Don't you know that what you're asking for out here, you can't get it? You're talking to the same people who took your human rights. Don't you know that? Are you such a dummy? You don't understand." I guess there was, because I kept going. Kept saying the same thing. An ambassador from Egypt, I think he was, say, can you hear that little boy out here saying that the king has on no clothes? That's a book written. Well, the ambassador from Egypt, told him that after I had initiated my intervention. During the period we were enslaved, we lost our identity, our mother tongue, our culture, and our religion. By whatever name they were being called, owing to the acts of plantation slavery, and its lingering effects, we have been duplicated as a type of clone. Practice their religion. And we have their culture. You agree with me? Well, they had to agree with me also. Not just me and my wife. I am not so heavy. My wife is the heavy one of us. African Americans in North, Central, and South America and throughout the diaspora all suffer from the loss of their identity, as do we. From the loss of our identity. We don't have protection of our human rights. What are they? Your human rights. You have a human right to speak that. Your own culture, your own language, own religion, that your parents, foreparents taught you when you were in Africa. African Americans in North America, Central America, South America, throughout the diaspora, all suffer from these losses. Their identity. African Americans are a people who, for more than 400 years, have been mindful daily, consciousness of otherness. not knowing what you are, who you are, what your people are. You don't speak the same language. You don't enjoy the culture that you once had. You're feeling of otherness. You're speaking of white man's language, practicing a white man's culture, enjoying a white man's religion. Am I in error? This is what we are arguing out in the UN, that you have lost your human rights. Why did I go out there to begin with? Because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Not because of me, because of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. By the way, my wife Harriet Muhammad was once the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's daughter-in-law. She came to him at about 15 years of age. She married one of his sons, Akbar Muhammad. They moved to Cairo, Egypt, as they say, for us. Akbar messed up. She, Harriet Muhammad, caught a plane and she's back in the U.S. in 2 years. She lived up in New York. Then she came out to Los Angeles, California to find me. I left Los Angeles as I usually did, and drove down to a gambling place where you gamble. Playing horses. And I went to the window to put the money down to play the horse. And my mind told me, you down here playing a horse and your wife is back there in LA? Quit playing the horse and go back to LA. Get your wife. My mind is talking to me about this young lady, Harriet. She had walked across the bar floor, and I had seen her walking, and she looked nice to me. I said, yeah, I'm interested in her. Well, I didn't know that she had seen me. That wasn't on my mind. What was on her mind? I asked her why. That's why I said to myself, quit playing the dogs, gambling, and go back to LA and just tell her, let her know. Well, I got in Tijuana, Mexico. Permission Yeah, I had driven down to Tijuana, Mexico. It's about 140 miles, 20 some miles away from LA. I had really to drive pretty fast to get back to LA before the meeting turned out. So I catch Harriet at the meeting place. I didn't get back to LA timely enough. I drove to the place where they were having the affair. I walked into the door and I saw Harriet. She's surrounded by good looking brothers. 4 or 5 of them got Harriet talking to Harriet. I walked up to the brothers. I said, "Excuse me, brother." I knew the brothers. They knew me. I said, "Excuse me." And they said, "Yeah, Silas, who what you want?" I said, "You, lady, I want to talk with you." She came over. I said, "Oh, step outside." She stepped outside. I said to her, "What would you be doing June 21st, 1964?" She said, "I don't know. I don't plan that far in advance. I don't have an idea what I'll be doing." I said, "Well, I'll tell you what you're going to be doing. You're going to marry me." Now, now I walk you back into the room and talk to those brothers you're talking to. I walked her back in and left her, drove on home. June 21st. Oh, that was December of 1963. I'm telling her that. Well, June 21st, 1964, we was married. And I think on my birthday that we will be 60 years. We have been forcibly displaced from our common territory, scattered throughout the Americas region and beyond. The African American are political bond. We African Americans in the United States have cried out in many ways over many years for the restoration of our dignity as a people. Yet, U.S. government commits daily internationally wrongful acts of denying our existence while claiming respect for human rights. For we to recognize ourselves as the African American people internally. It's also our desire to receive reparations. They know that. American government know that. This was delivered to them in 1921. Worldwide intervention. It is also our desire to receive reparations from the U.S. government for ongoing loss of our mother tongue and internationally recognized political identity. We ask that this working group of minorities let us know what the UN recommends for us. We've given you our picture. Now, what is yours? What do you recommend for us? La Ceiba, Honduras, 2002. And in the year 2002, another intervention we're giving to a group of 19 nations of Black people like us in America, in Haiti, Cuba, in Brazil, Uruguay, Panama. They are just like you. They are Black, just like you, living under a white man's rule. Just like us here in America. I did not make contact with them myself or my wife. The UN made contact for us with them. And now I'm with our people, just like we are here in America. I'm with those people in La Ceiba. I had never heard of the term La Ceiba. I was close to 50 or 50 years old at that time. I hadn't heard of La Ceiba. And lo and behold, I'm in La Ceiba with Black people just like you. How did I get there? Because of my argument asking the UN to help us. The United Nations in Geneva did help us. They saw my sincerity, my wife's sincerity, my faith, her faith, and knew that we were serious people. My first verbal intervention at the UN occurred in 1997. I had been going to the UN about 5 years before I got a chance to speak. 5 years I had been going to the UN to let them know we blacks in America don't have protection of the United Nations on human rights. Finally, I got a chance to let them know. They have a clock. Well, you got 10 minutes to say everything that you need to say about whatever you want to talk about. I had, according to the clock, 10 minutes to deliver my speech. I took, I think, 15 minutes. They was trying to push me down or get me to sit down or get me to shut up. No, hell no. Bring your police, take me to jail, shoot me, cut my throat. I'm gonna say this. I've been traveling out here for 5 years. And this is the first time I got a chance to speak, and you cut me down to 10 minutes? Hell no. Excuse me. I'm not a bad man. You can say boogie and get me to run. Yeah, but I was bad that day. Do whatever you have to do, but I'm going to speak this. In conclusion, it is our prayer that this body, the UN, of experts that we're talking to at the time, they have UN experts talk about our problem. Will be the force or become the force within the U.S. for criminal international instrument arbitration mechanism and laws that require the states to recognize and respect the dignity of minorities and people under their jurisdiction. What I was asking for is protection of our human rights. I deserve protection of my human rights. They promised to protect your human rights. United Nations does. After 97, on our first intervention, the chairperson, Mr. Hyde, said, well, we like your argument. We understand what you're saying, but we have to find out where you fit. I said to myself, what? What? You got to find out where we fit? We have been here for 400 years. And you don't have no record of us whatsoever. Whatsoever. They didn't have a record of us. We're not on the record. They have to find out where we fit before they can protect our human rights. What are your human rights? Your mother tongue. You have the right to speak it. That's what they call it. Your culture. You have a right to enjoy it. I don't know what mine is. Your religion. I don't know what my religion is when I was in Africa. You have the right to speak your mother tongue with others of your group who speak the same tongue. Nobody in my group, black people, speak the same tongue I speak because their tongue is lost like mine. All these 5 human rights, we are not enjoying any one of them. So we were a dead person. Let me say that a little bit slower and softer. We were a dead person mentally. We didn't know that we were dead. Messenger Elijah Muhammad teachings cracked my mind. It let me know that I am dead. But now I began to come alive again mentally after being taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Make sense? So I think that my wife and I not in America, I'm in Las Vegas, Honduras, with 19 other Black nations from around the world. They feel something like me. They need their protection also. Then I think we came together for a week long. Cuba, where the person that you spoke about, the man who came from uh, the island. He the liberator from the island.
Oh, you're talking about Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey. Where is he from? Ja- Jamaica, Cuba, Brazil, Saba, Haiti. 19 nations were there, including America, at this meeting in Saba. And a person, one of the persons from one of those nations, we're asking to reconstitute ourselves. Reconstitute means, well, you know what reconstitute means, don't you? The people from some island, I think it's Colombia or, or Cuba, they said, or I said, reconstitute ourselves. Well, lost found people. I mentioned lost found people as a name for in the first portion of the meeting. Call ourselves the lost found people. Well, they said Afro descendants. We are together for a whole week long. And I told you about that. It's sharp. I'm dressed and I'm tied up. Yeah. Well, I'm with Black people, but they're not dressed like me. I'm an ugly American. They are. They just got to put on some pants. The men, the women put on nice dresses, but they were not near the way Black women dress here in America. And they were looking at me the whole week long. And I don't know that I am overly dressed, that they resent or dislike the way I'm dressed. I'm not conscious of the way I'm dressed. I'm conscious of what I went there for. And my dress is the way I dress all the time. And there was a cloud or a stigma in the room because of that. And I asked him, well, you say Afro descendants. What is an Afro descendant? Do you have a definition for Afro descendant? What is that? Well, this is my law coming out. What are the elements of Afro descendant? I'm asking them. They don't know that definition to what they're saying should be explained. It should have elements. So that they had no elements of the definition for Afro descendants. And for the whole week, I would periodically ask for a definition. A definition. And they did not give me a definition. Well, my wife and I was ordered by the UN to be at the meeting that night. I'll be finished in just a minute. We rushed to the hotel where we were living and sketched out a definition for Afro descendants. This is the definition that my wife and I sketched out on a piece of raggedy paper, and I folded the paper up and put it in my pocket and took it to the dinner with me. I had not asked for a meeting, but I was forced in a meeting. Definition number one, were forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa. This is definition for Afro descendants. Two, was transported to the Americas and slavery diaspora for the purpose of enslavement. Three, were subjected to slavery. Four, was subjected to forced mixed breeding and rape. Five, had experienced through force the loss of mother tongue. Six, had experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties. I put the crap paper in my pocket, like I'm now, in my pocket. I went to the meeting, and when I get to the restaurant, there's a big table. There's the young lady sitting on that side of the table, the president of this organization. I take a seat right opposite her because I recognize that this is the person that you are supposed to have a meeting with. The writing is in English. The lady sitting across in front of me spoke Spanish more than my wife. She's not there. Spanish. I think it's Spanish. Huh? Yeah. See what? Yeah. She Cuban Spanish. And this is who I am to meet with. UN official was to my left. Wife is to my right. Another UN official is here at the head of the table, and she is opposite me, sitting right across in front of me. I don't speak Spanish, or I don't speak Spanish well enough to have a conversation with her in Spanish. So I passed the written material to the UN interpreter sitting to our left. And he gets the papers, and he reads the first definition off to her. That she is the president of the group. He reads the first definition off to her. And I see a little smirk, not friendly smirk on her face. He reads the second definition off to her in Spanish. I see a bigger smirk on her face. He reads the third definition, the fourth definition, the fifth definition, and the sixth definition. She's all smile. And she reaches across the table and grabs me. I grab her and we hug up right there. So Cuba, Brazil, Haiti, Jamaica, and all of those were inside of that meeting. 19 nations had a leader or representative there speaking for them. This is what I had asked for. Asked the UN to get us some help. Will you help us? And they went out and got these 28 nations. They were successful in getting 19 nations together out of 28 nations. And thus we spoke to them and told them why we were in the UN, fighting for our recognition. And we all decided, we all 19 nations of us, I'm not saying 19 people of us, 19 nations of us, we all agreed upon the name Afro descendants.
Go ahead, Mr. Muhammad. Go ahead, Mr. Muhammad. Yeah, it's gonna be right here.
I thank you. Thank you.
Long live Muhammad. 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 That's our great elder and pioneer, directly from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Give it to him, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. 86 years old, and has given us the key history of why we're here today. Brother Hawk Newsom, come on down. Pastor Ted Sutton, come on down. Y'all all right? Okay, y'all hold fast. Y'all hold fast. It's the final part, but it's the strongest part. Let's give it up again for the Honorable Silas Muhammad, man. And that lecture should be transcribed. Okay? I know you have some entertainment, but we're working here. All right. Now, one of the missions that the Honorable Silas Muhammad has given to us and give to me is to build the coalition around the Afro-descendant nation for reparations. And so I'm working hard, Brother Rashad, you come too. I'm working hard to find all of the strongest activists and the strongest leaders around America to bring them into this process. And I believe I found some of the strongest ones to bring to you, sir. And I want you to hear them. They are delegates for our entire movement and the reparations movement in New York. That's one of the strongest activists in New York, period. Hawk Newsom, the Honorable Priscilla Till from the Emmett Till family. She's going to be running for the United States Senate in Mississippi in 2026. In Mississippi, there is nothing that we have asked Miss Priscilla to do to help us that she has not done. In the middle of the night, she has went to racist counties and white supremacist counties in Rankin County, Mississippi, and went out there in the middle of the night to help Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker. If I ask her to go to the doorstep of the old wicked sheriff, Brian Bailey, she'll go there no problem and put her life on the line. Sometimes she's followed by white supremacists and white racists. Even in Mississippi the other day, they shot up the NAACP headquarters for Rankin County because we're battling them toe to toe, and many of their officials and cops are going down. But I want you to know that this is a female who's a freedom fighter and a sister who's a soldier. And she has the spirit of Emmett Till inside of her, and she ain't scared of nothing anywhere inside of the hells of North America. The Honorable Ted Sutton from Baltimore, but he's all around city after city in the United States of America, and his main success is working amongst our youth in the high schools, in the middle schools, and talking to the gang members. Who is out there? It's Dr. Ted Sutton. In the prisons, in Mississippi, when I needed him, who was there? Dr. Ted Sutton. Who is the great friend of our people, the great motivator of our people, coming out of Baltimore, but all over this country? That's Dr. Ted Sutton. So work with me right here, because we're gonna hear an opening statement from them, and then we're gonna engage in like a town hall meeting with each other. So you can ask. If you want to ask them questions about the battles in New York, ask it. Mississippi, ask it. Around the country, ask it. These leaders are in their fields like I'm in my legal field. But we're all teaming up with the Honorable Silas Muhammad and our people to get us reparations. All right? We got the great journalist, Jashan Farad. There's he out there, one of the great journalists in the Black nation. Okay, so Brother Rashad, you'll help us. Professor James Small, you on standby, right? Because you're an expert. So you can chip in the town hall meeting. Mr. Muhammad, he seemed like he fired up, so he's here too. If you want a question for our elder, he's here. But right now, ladies first. Ladies first, make an opening statement, then we'll pass it, then y'all will have the floor. I'll help do the questions. The Honorable Priscilla Till, let's hear from her.
Thank you for having me. And Honorable Muhammad, I couldn't help but cry because everything that you were saying resonated with me and what my family is going through in Mississippi. The people in Mississippi are going through right now. Yes. I'm here today to ask the United Nations for help. They are lynching us in Mississippi today. And it's every week we're finding a dead black body, legs, arms. And we feel like it's retaliation based on the Rankin County Goon Squad, the 6 white men that have gone to jail for the first time in the history in Mississippi to charge white police officers with crimes such as the ones they did to Eddie Parker and Michael Jenkins. So I'm here today to not only ask the United Nations to get involved with the state of Mississippi, but we need a civil rights division in Mississippi. You all, there are over 45 racist organizations in Mississippi today. Do you not know that means that there are hundreds of white men and women who are our doctors, lawyers, bankers, pharmacists, teachers that belong to these organizations that are hindering us in Mississippi today? So I'm asking the United Nations need to come and intervene in Mississippi. This is not my first time telling the United Nations to become involved, because after Emmett Till was murdered, Mamie never got any justice. And little do you all know, Mamie filed a lawsuit in the state of Mississippi. It wasn't until a tall man had come into Mississippi and stepped out of a car that I had relief. Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz. Now, and you all, I literally mean, with our Black leadership is strong in Mississippi, but it's not enough because the Republicans outnumber us. So it does not matter how strong we are, because white supremacy rules Mississippi. And I'm gonna tell you why it rules Mississippi. We have 3 representatives right here in Washington, D.C. that own slaves. We got Michael Guest, who is the United States Congressman that's here with the president today. We have Cindy Hyde-Smith, who's the United States Senator from Mississippi, who I am running against simply because when she made the statement to say that she could sit on the front row of a public lynching in 2021, I knew then that there's no way someone like that could represent the state of Mississippi based on the history of Mississippi. Mississippi led the nation, you all, America, in lynching Black men and women. Well, today they started murdering us, and no one is stepping in. No one is challenging us. And I'm going to tell you, I talked to a civil rights attorney in Mississippi the other day. You know what he told me? I'm done. Because I have no help. I have nobody willing to stand out and cry and make noise based on them murdering our children. Mamas. They murdering our sons. They're finding our sons every day in Mississippi now. They are murdering us, and no one is talking about it. No one is holding Mississippi accountable. I'm going to tell you why. Back in 1955, James O. Eastland, was the United States Senator then, John C. Stennis, another United States Senator out of the state of Mississippi, who were right hands to the president then, Dwight Eisenhower, went to the Department of Defense, pulled records on Emmett Till's daddy, and said that Emmett Till's daddy murdered white women in the military and was hung. Well, they brought that to the trial in 1955, and that's why J.W. Milam and Roy Bryant and Carolyn Bryant was never charged with a murder. You had United States senators obstructing justice, and you have those same people, Michael Guest, Roger Wicker, Cindy Hyde-Smith, 2024, representing the state of Mississippi here in Washington, D.C., with the same mindset of white supremacy. You all, we've got to vote them out.
That's right.
We have a Black man, Ty Pickens, who's running against Roger Wicker. Roger Wicker's dad was the judge for the Sovereignty Commission. I don't know if you all are familiar with the Sovereignty Commission, but the Sovereignty Commission was an organization funded by the government to spy on Black people, to put Black people in jail, and to make sure that their efforts of suppressing us and keeping us oppressed would not manifest. Do you hear me? So what I'm telling you all, the people that are running Mississippi are the same people in 1955. We got to get them out, because what they're doing is they are dictating what happens in Washington, D.C. Do you all hear me? So I'm trying to figure out who really is the United Nations. Because why? When you have on record, you see what's happening in Mississippi. I ran into a lady in the airport and she told me, asked me, where you from? I said, I'm scared to come to Mississippi. It makes no sense, you all, that I'm a Mississippian. I shouldn't have to fight this by myself. We got Black people that are willing to fight and are fighting, but it's not enough of us. So I'm asking Washington, D.C., I'm asking Christian Clark to come into Mississippi, create a civil rights division, which should have happened a long time ago. The United Nations to get involved, because you all, this ain't just about Mississippi. We're talking about the southern state, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida. All of them are supposedly in a Bible Belt. What does that mean? Evil. How can you call yourself a Christian, but yet you got your feet on our necks? You started killing our babies. I am running for United States Senator to expose and bring accountability and transparency to the state of Mississippi. We need accountability and transparency today in Mississippi so we can change United States. It's the only way, ladies, men. We gotta start right there. The nation, Mississippi led the United States in lynching and killing Black people. Thank you.
Come on, give it up to our next senator. The one who's gonna bring human rights to the United States Congress. The one who will stand for us in reparations when she gets to Congress. The one who will take this message to Mississippi with fearlessness. She's gonna weigh back in. Y'all gonna have a chance to talk with her in a minute. But let's give it up again for the Honorable Priscilla Till. She represents the strength and intelligence of Black women and African women all over this country. And you're gonna get to know her better in this session. I want you to hear from, and he's not Rick, this ain't Rick Ross. He's about 10 times stronger. When I've never seen a Black man talk this strong to a police officer in my life. And I've said some tough stuff to some cops. When I saw the other day when he confronted this New York police officer, I said, dog, he almost, but he didn't. Made me feel sorry for the damn police officer. I said, but the brother's a warrior. He's willing to put his life on the line, and he has put his life and freedom on the line. He just got out of jail. He can tell his own story. From New York City, one of the co-founders of Black Lives Matter, one of our strongest men in the country. Let's bring him on, the warrior and freedom fighter, Hawk Newsom.
Wow. It's hard to follow the sister. It's hard. You got my sister right here, Shavonna Newsom, who's the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Greater New York, Black Opportunities. What a lot of people don't see, because we ain't released this video, because we ain't want to incriminate her, was when one of them one of those police officers went to dive under my leg to take me down. My sister jumped right on him. That's how we give it up. You can't run around. Yes. You can't run around saying, if I see another George Floyd, I'm going to jump in. If I see another Eric Garner, I'm going to jump in, and your own brother getting taken down, and you don't do nothing. Right? And the reason why I was giving it to that cop was because this family was in court to see the cop face charges of homicide and manslaughter for killing their relative. He allegedly sold a little piece of crack, right? $20 piece of crack, and was trying to get away on a scooter. A cop saw him coming, picked up a 40-pound cooler and crushed his skull with it. Okay. And when last time we went to court, it was 500 police officers supporting that murder. So we went there with the intent on protecting that family. And that's exactly what we did. And I got arrested for it, and I get arrested for it 100 times over. The brother up there said, how can we prevent people from dying? You can't. That's God's will. But my black Jesus told me that what greater love is there than to lay down your life for your brothers? So Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and our leaders wasn't taken from us. They laid down their lives for us. So now we're talking about reparations, right? We're talking about reparations. All of these brilliant people have studied reparations for a very long time. That's their job. My job is to help us get there. My job is to help us organize to get there. My job is to hit New York City block by block and feed people and teach people and organize behind the cause of reparations. Okay? We could stand here, get up and hold hands and sing Kumbaya and listen to all this and go home and feel good, but we won't leave with nothing unless you are willing to get out there and walk these streets. Unless you are willing to get out there and be uncomfortable. Unless you are willing to be fearless. And I don't mean to keep talking about death, because God willing, I ain't going nowhere no time soon. But who gonna hold the line? Who's gonna hold the line? They killing us. The soldiers just got killed. They killing us in New York. They killing us in LA. Who's gonna step up and say no more? We didn't know each other, brother, when this happened. But we was in Tulsa together for the 100th anniversary of Tulsa. They covered the Coon rally. I'm sorry. They covered our civil rights leaders tap dancing and holding hands like it was something to celebrate that they bombed Tulsa. Like it was something to celebrate 100 years ago. They eradicated a town of black people. We wasn't there for that. We was there to send a message. It was 1,000 brothers and sisters with 1,000 straps, with 1,000 guns and firearms, a couple thousand guns out there marching through the streets of Tulsa saying, I wish you would. I wish you would. That's the energy. The marching is over. Don't get it twisted. We could go out there and march because we could disrupt commerce. It wasn't the marching. The riots disrupted commerce. That's why they started giving us stuff with the Black Lives Matter movement. We could disrupt, but holding hands and singing Kumbaya ain't gonna get us there. We gotta speak their language. It's like speaking Spanish to a Frenchman. Me running up to some Chinese man who only speak Mandarin. I'm trying to kick it to him. America respects power. For us to get reparations, we have to run a series of power plays. Power plays in the media, power plays in the community, and a bunch of serious stands. And I'm just saying, I'm here to work. I'm here to work. By the grace of God, thank you.
Stay right here. Come on, give it to him, man. This is what we've been waiting on. This is the kind of spirit we waiting on to build this movement. This is what we hear. This is the kind of foundation we laying up in there. We laying a foundation. You get to ask him questions in a minute. Come on here. Honor from the freedom fighter, Honorable Ted Sutton, my cousin. But he ain't here on the basis of nepotism. He's on the basis of his work. Let's bring him on now, Honorable Dr. Ted Sutton.
Black power. Black power. Black power. Look, my name is Dr. Ted Sutton, and I tell you, I'm so glad that man don't choose who God gonna use, y'all. See, I share this and things because, and let me give my cousin a hand, y'all, right now. Let me tell you something. This wasn't no overnight thing, you know, because I remember when I was 19 and he was 20 and we were in Virginia Beach and a young black brother died in the hands of the police officers in Virginia Beach. And I said, and this man started organizing. In fact, I actually ended up breaking a sign and got a 2x4. And I said, can I just get 10 strong brothers to stand with me? That was then. And let me share just a little history on the type of family even that we come from. First of all, you know, my grandfather was one of the deacons for defense that fought against the Klan that shot into the churches in Louisiana. My father organized for Dr. King at Southern and Grambling University. My mother worked for Medgar Evers. The same summer he was assassinated, she was making copies in the copy office when he was assassinated in his driveway. And you know what? And even with them being freedom fighters and being in the called The Wire that was on HBO. That's why I love hearing this brother, because see, he from the streets, and we're gonna need the streets to get back into the streets. See, we can't just be people that's so conscious that all we doing is going to spoken words and snapping fingers. We're gonna need some soldiers that's on the ground. I told people that Baltimore has prepared me to go anywhere on this planet. I can go anywhere. I've gone to some of the '09. So even though you can Google Dr. Ted Sutton, my face will come up. But if you ever Google Crazy Ted, the one that used to carry that sawed-off shotgun that they have no fear. And see, I tell people, I ain't stopped being crazy. I said, I just changed sides. I know what's worth fighting for, what's worth dying for. In fact, actually, so now I ended up changing my entire life, ended up asking for God to give me a second chance in the Mitchell Courthouse building, second floor, fourth bathroom stall, 10 minutes before I was to give sentence to 15 years, and God gave me a miracle. And when I came out, I ended up changing my entire life. And then we know when that judge dismissed all charges on me, I went out and got my bachelor's, master's, doctorate degree, started transitional housing for gang members, independent living program for young men aging out of foster care, recording studio for young people, started working with Bloods in California, Crips in Little Rock, Arkansas, Vice Lords, Gangster Disciples in Chicago, Junior Black Mafia, Philadelphia, Ninth Ward Boys in New Orleans, the 515 Boys in London, the Johnsons, the Burgers in the UK, the Americans in South Africa, the East Side Boys in Zimbabwe, the Rasta Boys in Montego Bay, in Jackson, Mississippi. And then I tell you, I go with the message. It ain't how you start, it's how you finish. And just to share something with you, I ended up actually having the opportunity to address Harvard University Law School on 2 weeks ago. And when I went in there, I said, I'm gonna do a live real quick. And I said, this is only going to one person, but everybody that here can listen in. I said, this message is going to my old high school principal named Mr. Sergi, the one who placed a bet I wouldn't make it to 21. I said, just as an update, I said, I wrote 2 books. I said, I actually been going around the country. I said, I've been changing lives. I received the National Dr. Martin Luther King Award. I've been working with gang members all around the country. I said, running these things down. And I said, and as I said, I saved a girl in a house fire. I caught a baby from the mouth to mouth. I said, I stopped somebody in Baltimore. I stopped a mugger from mugging somebody. And on today, I happen to be standing on the campus of Harvard Law School. And I said, so for the ones who tried to count me out, the one thing I sure know is that you couldn't count. And my name is Ted Sutton, and I support that message.
Woo, pure fire up here. It's pure fire on this rostrum. Give me some water up here, man. Give me some water up in here. Not jump up and down, but the spirit to jump on somebody. Now, all right, now let's focus in here. Let's see where we are here in this process. Where we are, y'all all right? Because I'm saying when we close out today, we closing out with a bang, okay? And it means what we have going here is you have, again, some of our nation's best activists and leaders. Also here, some of them coming back just to participate in this dialogue we're about to have. Let's see where we at in this moment. One of our best movers and shakers here, National Reparations League here. Come here, my brother. Here's one of the best. You've seen him before, but he wouldn't be appropriate if I didn't let him come here and take a few questions. He's one of America's best. He's one of America's most traveled. There's never been a black man or woman anywhere around this country that need his help, and he ain't on the road burning out thousands and thousands of miles. I'm talking about the Honorable John Barnett in Mississippi. In Mississippi, he'll be available for questions. In Mississippi, whenever we needed him, when we needed him to go and deal with the racist governor, the racist sheriff, the racist prison system, anytime we needed the Honorable John Barnett, it was no question about it. He was there before the sentence even left our mouth. And these are the kind of activists that are here to help build this liberation movement. This is a united front. This here is a united front. Have a seat, sir. Now, y'all all right? Let's come into y'all in the audience here. The Honorable Silas Muhammad. The Honorable Silas Muhammad is reminding us. He's reminding us that in the Western Hemisphere, we are 250 million strong. 250 million strong. Across the planet, we are 2 billion strong. Now, I know some of y'all watching and some in here might go, hold up, no. You say, I'm some kind of Black American. And I'm only going to affiliate with people who are Blacks who were born in America. Now, we want to be clear here that when we talk about reparations, we're speaking on getting reparations for our people here in America. And the ones that can be traced that their ancestors were in slavery, what y'all call lineage-based. Of course. We're lineage-based. But earlier we showed you several multinational corporations that have robbed us and that we're targeting. And what we're saying to you is that those 250 million of our people in this hemisphere, when it comes to this attack and dealing with these multinational companies, that 250 million matters. I'm here to tell you that those 2 billion brothers and sisters of ours, although we're not specifically advocating for reparations in this context for them, we make no bones about it that we got 2 billion brothers and sisters all over this planet. All of them on every part of the planet are part of the Black nation, and they are extremely valuable in this fight because no multinational company in the West, no company in the West can survive if all 2 billion Blacks take action. They are dead in the water. If 250 million Afro descendants in the West say we're going to put McDonald's out of business, McDonald's is dead in the water. As you ask your questions, these questions is on the lines of achieving self-determination and reparations. That's the questions we want to field. And how these great activists and in the work that they can do can help bring more into the fold who are in different parts of this movement. There's an anti-police brutality movement. the anti-racist, anti-hate movement. It's an anti-violence, anti-violence, gang, what they call gang intervention movement. Here we got brothers, activists from the civil rights movement. All of these different kind of players at the table working with this movement is what's going to broaden this movement and take us over the top. Come on down. You can come to the aisle so we don't have to miss nobody. You come right on down in the aisle here, ask your question. Perhaps Professor James Small, I'm gonna force you on up here because come on, because you're a wise man. You're a very wise man. Brother Ishmael, Governor General. Where's the governor? Come on. They asking about the United Nations. You got to tie this all in. You got to help tie it in. So come on with us. Yes, sir.
Pastor Victoria, Pastor Victoria.
Okay.
And some entertainment.
Brothers and sisters, y'all want to hear this panel, right? Okay. And it's a cold panel. It's a cold panel. But I got also orders from my elder and my leader here. Okay. We got to take 5 minutes to put some rhythm in the machine. There's somebody here that has a word of entertainment here. And I'm always real hard on my program, just hard, but I got to remember that we're going to hold this panel right here. Where is Miss Victoria? Miss Victoria. Pastor Victoria. Get her fast. Come on. Tell her, come on, so she can hit a note for us right in the middle of the panel. Where is he? Where is he? Come on. Where are you, brother? See, y'all got to be ready now. They probably say Malik ain't going to do it. All right, now look. Still line up for your questions. Where we lining up for the questions?
Right here.
We're gonna get some inspiration on this mic. Come on. Are y'all ready? Y'all got the microphone? Tell me what you need.
Kebo Wavy.
Your son? Kebo. Did you got the mic?
Kevo Wavy, can you please come to the stage?
Is he here?
Kevo Wavy.
Hey, y'all come on, y'all
and
come
Mono.
on. We got a hot panel waiting, but we're gonna hit some revolutionary rhythm real quick to get y'all some more pump. And then we come into this panel. Kebo? Kebo? You got it?
I got it.
They got him set. They got his music set.
Thank you for the opportunity. Want to shake everybody's hand.
Okay.
Good to see y'all. When I say powerful, when I ask y'all a question, y'all say powerful. How y'all feel? How y'all feel? That wasn't quite it, y'all. How y'all feel? That's what I'm talking about. We finna get right to it. Finna get right to it. You can play that track when you're ready, Marquetta. Wishing on a star, I'll be free one day. Praying what I stand for, save me one day. Really hoping I could just be me one day.
Oncoming traffic there.
Only see one way.
Some way.
Both sides play for me someday.
Sneaker slates, both strapping me. Be gunplay.
Yeah.
Book starting skills.
Okay. More money, more power, and I need more stakes. Simon says through the race after me while I pave. All the roads while I clear, all the slain while I pray. Finish line right there. The story that changed because your own pull you back. Sabotage with your chains. They hating on you high key. No, you bound to crack the code like the job at night. See, it's your own or your foes, but they both might be.
Your fate in the grass, devil reaching the grab. Add God to that battle, now you're doing some math. We love God before land, now we serving the flag. Idolizing what we got, but not sharing the half. 2 fish and dinner rolls, it could all be simple though. We ain't got no village though. I can tell who's finna fold. When we hit that pinnacle, tempted to get the gold. Don't care to hit the goals, cause what we die without, that's what we living for. Yeah. So hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Hello to the end, goodbye to forever.
Yeah.
Unless we all pull it together. Hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Hello to the end, goodbye to forever. Come on, y'all. Hey, hey,
Unless we all.
yeah, okay.
I ain't playing.
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 They ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
We ain't playing.
I ain't.
I ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
What I'm saying, I ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
Y'all ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
They ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
We ain't playing.
I ain't playing.
Hey, you here to make God demands. I'm finna turn up a little bit now, y'all. Hey,
So,
I just turned out the road, out the way, hit the road. I'm a bull, I'm a doze. Hey, you shouldn't sleep on me, bro. I'm finna turn a little mo. Hey, we got demands and we want more. Okay. We want more, right? Okay, I'm finna bulldoze and then we finna get them all out the way. We finna go crazy on this. Reparations, what? Who want reparations? Hey, okay, how y'all feel out there though? Y'all playing. I ain't playing. Y'all playing, and I ain't playing. DJ, turn that music up. DJ, turn that music up. DJ, turn that music up. Hey, hey, I ain't playing. Hey, you gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing. You must be playing, right? You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing. Y'all must be playing, right? You gotta be playing thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. They ain't playing. Hey, hey, they ain't playing. Hey, hey, we ain't playing. They ain't playing. Hey, hey, we ain't playing. They ain't playing. Gotta be playing thinking I'm playing. Gotta be playing thinking I'm playing. I ain't playing. You ain't playing. We ain't playing. We too strong. Hey, okay. Here we go. Hey, oh, I got turned out the low, hit the way. I'm a bro, at the bull, I'm a dog. Hey, you shouldn't sleep on me, bro. I got juice, I'm a pro. All these average Joe. Yo, make a sweat, make a roast, make it hot, break that cold, turn that bread into toast. Go, what they said, I'm gonna go. I unlock, I unload 10 toes, never fold to no issue. What's put it took it with you? We can take this anywhere you want, like a lift through. They ain't got no Groupon for what I wanna get into. Really in the paint, no one dirty in my gym shoes. Covered in the blood of God, I heard with my crystals. People, Philly, one day I'ma be back with you. Watch me, cause you know I need protection from this issue. Keep my T's crossed, eyes dotted like a hen. Always battle ready. Armor to my mental. Pick up what we left. Hey, hey, rentals. I for you and stay with Louis ship too. Round the time astronomy was something they want him to. Camel wagons, gold cover, chewy when we drip through. Getting in 300 hard still, bro. Who sent you? It's the SAT royalties. You lady get me, get you. They gonna keep on feeding you that bullshit on they menu. You gotta be playing, thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing, thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing, thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. They think I'm playing. They think I'm playing, right? You gotta be playing, thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing, thinking I'm out here thinking I'm playing. You gotta be playing. Hey, second verse. Hey, what happened with you? They gave you a roof trying to give you the spooks, and you let them do this shit for you. I'm gonna give you the smooth. Hey, you know what's the truth? Hey, what you be able to do if we focus? Look at the way God showed us, because one day we gonna turn around and see a robot. It goes another season when we gonna make the show stop. Some people like the tour. Y'all can't wait to pick that fork up. It's in the time of the ends. You ready? Cause you got the ends. I'm sure you put over by 12, and all they gotta do is skin. I'm finding how they can fit in, and we really know what it is. Our people out there for the red. Let's get back to running the lands. I'm ready. You playing? Hey, I ain't playing. Hey, I ain't playing. Hey, I ain't playing. I ain't playing. We ain't playing. Gotta be playing. Thinking on my head. Thinking on playing. You gotta be playing. Thinking on my head. Thinking on playing. We want our reparations, and we ain't playing. We want our reparations. We ain't even playing. Afro descendant nation. Afro descendant nation. Afro descendant. Afro descendant
Nation.
Afro descendant
Nation.
Afro descendant
Nation.
Afro descendant playing.
Nation.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Because we ain't playing. Hey,
Come on, man. Give it up.
Kevo Wavy. KEVVOWAVVY _ Wavy Mo on Instagram. Stream me now. Love y'all. Let's stay black and unified.
You had to try to fire. Let's give him another hand. Man. You got me playing out here thinking I'm playing.
Indeed. Man, shout out to Kevo Wavy. My name is Tony Mono Flow. I know my brother Ted Sutton said it ain't just about spoken word, but it's definitely about spoken word because I particularly got a shout out my mentor, K Love here, because she taught us spoken word in Chicago and kept hundreds of youth weekly from being into acts of violence, man, just from being able to bring art together, man. So I just want to shout out that power. And once again, my name is Tony Mono Flow. Yes, hit me with it. So, I'm a child of America. When my color has been a crime. When my ancestors have paid the cost for their children to do the time. Held captive by our own freedom of this red, white, and blue. Looked at as animals, whether the jungle or the zoo. So whether the hood or a jail cell, we still be stuck like glue. And although our feet bear the struggle, we still cannot fit the shoe. And our backs yield the pain that our ancestors felt, that they did not have our backs, they just collected the wealth. You see, the more poor, the more they rejected our health. Passed us right up like we were all stealth. Flew right over and oh no, no help. Nothing in store for us to sell, reloading the shelf. Obeying the boss, getting beat with no belt. And when Uncle Sam come, you better brace yourself. You can't face yourself because you hate yourself. So how can you love your brother, your sister, your kids, or even your children's mother? Raised off self-hate, all thanks to something called Willie Lynch. Time for change, Obama, so at least we penny pinch. And what a nice way to repay us for raping our motherland, stealing our resources, lives, selling it to another man, rendering the motherland a third world that's full of poverty, shift across the ocean like cargo or European property, bidding us off like an auction or a lottery, putting us against our own brothers and destroying camaraderie. But oh, we sang those hymns of the field. Go down, if you know it, Moses. Way down in Egypt land. Come on. What it say? See, we were the pyramid of the stone that built this nation's economy. We were the pyramid of the stone that built this nation's economy. Yet they embedded the ignorance, then painted their faces black, a mockery. And a renaissance that flooded them Harlem streets made KKK want to tie rope around a tree. They even sent our men to fight the war of a stolen nation, regulated our freedom of the emancipation, disguised it with the hate that they call segregation. So with this freedom came many complications. See, civil rights was a fight that Malcolm X was ready for. Reverend King turned his cheek for, and Rosa Parks even gave some motivation. So we kept it marching like walking for cancer. We kept it pumping, our inner Black Panther. But we didn't get far when it really cracked down, because our idols be out because they on that crack now. And when brothers talk violence, it's hard to back down. Raised up like soldiers, so intense we can't smile. Chained around the neck like dogs, treating our women as such. Whipped around so much we don't even wear belts on our butts. And it's normal for us to live a short life like midgets. Surrounded by pigs, rats, and pigeons. That's gold diggers, cops, and snitches. Every man for theyself, so we mind our own business. Takes a village to raise a child, but sometimes we have them and forget them. Whenever we feel down, we use chemicals to get lifted. Catch the Holy Spirit, then cross the street for some liquor. Break down the pain, put it all in a swisher. Deprived of our drive, then be stuck like parking stickers. See, we be broken than the 10 Commandments, so we choose to not follow the law. We figure the only rule is to never get caught. But see, I'm a child of Africa, where the sun makes us dark. The flame that kindled the globe, where we were robbed of our spark. So, do we only blame the thieves for this lack of fire? Or do we start our own businesses and nations when we don't get hired? You know, clench our own wealth like automatic pliers, or wait on someone else to become our supplier. See, they forced our ancestors not to learn, although education is quintessential. Now it's cool to be a fool and never reach your full potential. See, they enslaved our minds to become our own demise, but my people gave their lives so that their children will rise. So rise up, my brothers, my sisters, while we actually have a chance. Do not blame the man, just get up and be a man. See, I'm a child of the Creator. You hear that? I'm a child of the Creator. So I know that I can make it with the future in our palms. But will we choose to take it? Thank you. And I'm with Victoria Brady. And ABJ Civic Arts Center, thank you.
All right, y'all.
I make
Come
some
on,
noise
y'all.
for Mama Brady, Mama Brady.
Attorney Malik, I have to do this because the Honorable Silas
We want
Muhammad,
you to do it. We
he
want you
told
to-
me that he wants me to sing.
want you to do it.
You want me to do it?
I want you.
Well, I know the
because
Honorable
you-
Silas. He
because
wants
you-
me to, okay, I'm
Because you're
coming
getting
up
them
there.
ready for this
Okay.
panel.
He like,
Y'all all right?
down there.
We promised when we have conference that we would put some rhythm and some singing into it because our people are of culture and of life and we can't give them all words, all right? So this is our most powerful panel, but just give her a minute because the Honorable Silas Muhammad and all of us, trust me, you won't regret it. Y'all all right? All right, all right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. No, no, I don't break mics. Thank you, Prince.